In usual fashion, the minute I get here, you know the score by now. Goodness me. Beautiful. I'm not even sure if I'm even ready. You know how it is. Every time we come here, it's quite funny. I knew there'll be something going on. I think we've got another departure coming up, which is always good, of course. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's time for the heavies at RAF Mildenhall. Just pop up there a minute. Just adjust this a little bit. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavies and a mixed variety of aircraft as well. So hopefully we'll get a nice mix. Good start to the morning for the MC-130. That was the MC-130J Commando 2. And we should be getting another departure, I think, by the sounds of it. So I'll... Always, every time without fail, when I get here, you know something's going to happen. Every time, the minute I get here. But that's good. It's not a bad thing. It's just setting up is the race. But it's all good there and all. Ted's just making sure we're all right. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So right, I've got myself sorted out now. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Conisby, and we're delighted to be here at the Nook campsite, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A wonderful place with just £2 per person admission. You can enjoy wonderful, wonderful aircraft and enjoy aircraft spotting in a safe environment as well. It's lovely here. And here we go. It's all good. Davey, how you doing? Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Yeah, it's just one of the... Every time, of course, I get here, I'm not set up, of course, and everything just seems to start when I get here. It doesn't matter what time. I thought I'd come a little bit earlier today than usual, and there they were, already taken off, and it's not even 0900. Oh, it is. It's just gone. So welcome to the show. So what do we have here, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, a very historic base. Now, although again, just like Lake and Heath, although it carries the name Royal Air Force, it is indeed operated by the United States Air Forces, in Europe to be exact, hence USAFE. That's what the letter E stands for. On US Air Force, at the end is E. Again, the headquarters, the HQ, is at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. It's part of the 3rd Air Force. Again, one of the original air forces that were created. So a history of over 80 years. And the squadrons and the wings that we've got here is a nice mix and a diversity as well. So first of all, of course, naturally, it is home to the bloody 100th. I know. You're probably thinking, for those that watch Masters of the Air with the B-17s, their legacy still lives on with a name change. The legacy and the root, the bloodline is still going strong. It is here. Their role today, in this day and age, arriving in February 1992 with their KC-135s. They are now the 100th Air Refueling Wing. The squadron that survived of the original 4 of the bloody 100th are the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. the legacy still continues today, as the 100th Air Refueling Wing are the only operational wing to fly their World War II tail marking still today, of the mighty 8th. There it is, the Square D, which we'll talk about later on. It is featured on the tail of their aircraft, and also the nose art that was featured on their B-17s on the port side. It's still there to remember and continue to remember and carry the legacy of the bloody 100th. Next up, we got the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Now, the group itself that flies the 752nd Special Operations Group, there are 2 squadrons that fly the 67th Special Operations Squadron. They fly 2 aircraft, the Mc-130J Commando 2, which is just over there. There it is, the Mc-130J Commando 2, a variant of the C-130. Also the C-146, where, well, there you go, there's the T-tail there of it. That's the 2 aircraft that they fly. Next up is the 7th Special Operations Squadron. Now, these are special forces. They're not to be messed with. And there they are. And they fly the CV-22 Osprey. Always reminds me of a dead spider when it's like that. You know what I mean? Also, did you know that tarantulas don't die upside down? Is that even true? Why am I even telling you that? Never mind. Anyway, leave you with that, shall I? It's also, of course, like with any Air Force, lots of trades, of course, here, such as the communications. You've got the maintenance crew. You've got so many, you've got a variety of trades here, you know, LE, SF, you know, so much, the fire departments. You've got the AWCU that's just about to go on your screen as well. Runway 28 in use today. Okay, so the aircraft you see on this side of the base, these are usually visitors. That's why you can't see the Square D and the station crest of RAF Mildenhall, which, incidentally, it's the same as Lakenheath's, same as Brampton, same as Kirk Newton, same as Greenham Common. Why? Because they were part of the support command that was put together. They had the same. They had the same station crest. I know, amazing, isn't it? Of course, that disbanded.
And what's the squad, Joe?
So yeah, anything on this side is usually visiting aircraft. Usually, all right, usually, with of course the exception of the CV-22 Ospreys. Now it's a bit of a sad sight here at the moment because there's only this. Oh, actually, there is another one just behind there. But usually we've got a nice little selection of them. But you never know, they might get pulled out later on. So, luckily, we've got something else to look at. And of course, your in-stream checklist, if you may. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, do hit that like button, give us a thumbs up. Let's get this stream going and flowing. and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit that notification bell button, and of course visit our website as well, tedconingsby.co.uk. Now, as I've just banked over to the right, I've just noticed there is a squadron that I have forgotten about. On the 55th wing is the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, who are here with a variety of RC-135 variants, from Constant Phoenix to a classic RJ Rivet Joint. And you may notice call sign Jake 17. Now, the story behind the donkey and Jake calling it Jake the donkey, now I need to do a bit more research with that. Now, Jake was a donkey, and it stems from a story of the Army Air Corps, I think, where they were surrounded by trapped at, well, facing minefields in Italy, I think it was, and there were donkeys in the field, and yeah, donkeys will just not understand what mines are, landmines these are. So there was a donkey in this field, and to save the donkey and of course themselves, because the donkey could run anywhere it wants to, step on a mine and actually injure or worse the army on the ground. So what they did, they actually grabbed the donkey and carried it, and I think they kept it as a pet, as named it Jake. Well, if that's not true, I love that story, and I think there is some truth in it. I'm pretty sure it's to do with that. However, there is a scenario, and I'm sure that is actually a realistic scenario. I don't think that is a far-fetched, unrealistic scenario. You know, if you were to go through a minefield with animals, you know, it's as gruesome and morbid as it sounds, but the realism of that is very true. So a very good morning to everyone that's tuned in. Malcolm Davis, Jason Voles, EP65, William C88, Davey, how you doing? Chris Bloxham, Davey, Margot Baxter, Paul Mayers, Simon Watchorn, Michael L, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Mark Moody is well. How's it all going? Remco DeVray, welcome to the show. Joshua Brown, welcome all of you. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavies. So we do have a nice selection of aircraft, and don't forget to download your bingo cards. There are 6 cards for Brize Norton and Mildenhall. We will try and fit in Brize Norton. We may be doing so as we take trips to Fairford. That's usually the case. The lovely thing about Mildenhall is that you just never know what you're going to get. First of all, just a big shout out to everyone at Team Mildenhall. A lovely unit, lovely wing, and a base as a whole, really amazing. They do win the award for the best car award. Anyway, so welcome to the show, and hopefully it's going to be a nice mixed bag of goodies for us. enjoy. Now there isn't an official viewing area at Milden Hall. I believe there used to be a long time ago by the main road, literally right dead ahead of us, straight ahead over there. Is it actually the 1865, that one, or the 101? 1101? Not sure, but it is a main road. Actually, I could just check, you know. The base, for those who don't know, built in 1934 as well, so it really predates the Second World War. And that busy road, ladies, gents and teddy bears, is the 101. There used to be one along there, along the main road, a long time ago. I always thought it looked a bit like a viewing area, like Lake and Heath, but so you'll have to make do with alternatives, and the best alternative for me is this wonderful campsite, with the Nook campsite, and you don't have to be a resident, as in, i.e., have a caravan and a pitch to come here to view aircraft. On one condition, it is £2 per person. As soon as you drive in, there is a payment and a sign, £2 per person. There are even toilets provided as well. There is a designated one for us that come to view aircraft as well. There are times as well for viewing, so do take note on the sign as you come in to pay. The other thing to let you know is that it is seasonal. The toilets are out of bounds in the winter periods to protect them from frost due to the nature of being exposed outside. Again, please follow the rules. There is I'll show you where you can and can't go as well. Same rules apply with our housekeeping rules. Again, please don't climb the fence, please don't touch the fence. There is a convenient trailer there where you can get an elevated view, which is absolutely brilliant. And another thing as well, so just as soon as you drive down the path, do not go left. You cannot go left, you will be in trouble, because this land here is private. You must stay off it, it's farmers' land. So you can see where you come in and then, well, you turn right, and plenty of room, plenty of parking, which I think is really good. We're so lucky to have this, so thanks John and those organised with the Nook campsite. And one thing about Milden Hall, if you pick a day like this, a nice gentle breeze, a nice sunny day, and you know, you can have a nice relaxing day here as well, and then aircraft thrown in. And like I said, a lot of history with the base as well, which we'll talk about later on. But starting out, I'm going to get my little trusty book actually. There's some of the buildings, some of the old buildings are still surviving today. There's even Mickey's Cafe, dates back to 1950. So the Strategic Air Command is still here. There's the hangar where the I'm just going to get you the little diagram for you, which is still there. Type A hangar, I believe it's still here. I'm just going to make sure that is a Type A. Yes, it is. So you've got a Type A hangar, which is an original from the Second World War. There it is. That's an original. Now, for those who don't know, that is a Type A hangar by the gabled rooflet. An original from World War II. I've got a shot of this in a book of RAF Mildenhall with Wellingtons going over this exact building, and you can see the gabled roof layout, distinctive access gantry it has as well. Size of the Type A has 120 foot width, and the depth of it is 250 feet. Sorry, 120 feet wide, 250 feet depth, with a 43 foot height on that. That is an original. There's a lot of buildings that are original, even the distinctive water towers there. Look at that, there's a couple of them, there's a few of them actually. There's another set to my right as well. And a lot of these are listed buildings, you see, you can't actually, you know, tumble them down, which is good in a way. It preserves. Actually, I think we've got another hangar over there as well. Look at these. But this one here, that's on a ridge. Oh yeah. If you're on the base and you want to play bowling, it's you can go bowling. It's just behind these buildings here. By the way, if you want to go bowling. I know, because I had a little tour here. It was lovely, and the church was amazing because of the stained glass windows. I put some photos on with you, and it had like the history of Milden Hall with all its aircraft as time went on. Absolutely amazing. It looks like we've got a KC-46 Pegasus. I think that was there last week that we were here. Tasty car. So RAF Mildenhall, you'll hear them in the background with their F-35s and F-15E Strike Eagles in the background, as they're only 5.5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow. So got another KC-135 as well there. Like I said, packed with history here, so much going on. And it's a pleasure to be able to witness the amazing aircraft of what they do and their each role. So you've got the KC-135s being the gas station of the skies. Can be fitted with, at the back on the tail, they can be fitted with boomstick or the Drogan probe, the basket method. The MC-130s together with the CV-22 Ospreys put together. The MC-130J can air-to-air refuel the CV-22 Osprey. They can be both together put in austere, undesirable, unposh regions. RAF Mildenhall was a bomber station, bomber command station. In fact, number 5 group were here just for a month until they moved and swapped with number 3 group. Each group does have a role in which they play. And the whole region, sort of like the Cambridge, Suffolk, you know, Ely and Cambridge, Lakenheath, Norfolk, Suffolk, is quite synonymous with the Vickers Wellington bomber, and you'll see a lot of these painted on the traditional village signs that you drive into, and it's quite humble, you know, to see that. It's quite humbling, really. I find that quite nice to see those traditional hand painted, pretty much, yeah, kind of 3D as well. Do you know the ones I mean? They're not in 2D or anything, they're kind of 3D. And they're quite nice to see, and there's usually the aircraft that's related. So if you go to Coningsby, of course, you'll see a Lancaster Spitfire and Hurricane in formation on their village or town sign, so to speak. Yeah, so just been doing a lot more studying and learning as I do about the evolution, not just of aviation itself, but actually the idea and concept of military aviation when you put it into context. It's really quite fascinating. And I was doing a bit of reading. How are we doing, ladies and gents, City Bears? Hope we're all good and well. Yeah, I've been this may sound a bit strange at first, but how we doing? How we doing, ladies and gents, Teddy Bears? My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and it's a lovely day. I've got my jacket on for now, but I think it's coming off now, as it's getting a little comfortable. It's got a gentle breeze. Hope we're all good and well. Thank you for joining us again today. And yeah, just been reading. I mean, I read a variety of books, and I'm just getting getting something correct here, just to make sure I got it, because this is a little bit out of my league in some ways, but it has some really strange, fascinating thoughts. So for those, this is going to sound really bonkers at first, but here we go. But it really did occur to me, there's a book called Luck of the Draw. It's an amazing book, check it out. It's got some B-17s of the 100th Bomb Group on there. It's an amazing book, which I'm just reading. And it talks about the evolution of aerial combat. and bombing as such, being the 100th Bomb Group. And do you know what? I don't know how I came to it, but then I was learning a little bit about the Wright Flyer in 1903, December the 17th, and then I was thinking about the date 1903, and then I was thinking, do you know what? 27 years before that, 1876. This is going to sound weird, but I was actually reading about the Battle of Little Bighorn. I know, you probably think, what on earth has that got to do with it? And it just occurred to me. So I was learning about Custer's Last Stand, and I was thinking what they were trying to do, and then thinking about how much beneficial that would have been if they had heavier than air aircraft to do aerial bombing, right? Just think about this. It was only 27 years later that they started to fly, and then the concept of aerial bombing wasn't that far. Just think about that. So just 27 years after that battle, we had aircraft, we had heavier than air. Yes, there were balloons. I mean, the concept of aerial bombing is quite an old thought, because they were using balloons to do it. Okay, there is that, but well, I'm gonna have to do a bit of reading for that. But I was thinking, you know, it just amazes me that 27 years later there's things flying. You know, that men were going into battle with, and women in cases as well. They were going into battle on horses and etc. And then there was also sea battles as well, but that's a completely different thing as well, right? But then cannons, you know, the concept of trying to attack from far away, it's been going on for a long time. Actually, there was even finding out some actual explosives that were used in hundreds of years ago as well, actually, when they discovered, you know, the effects of gunpowder, for example. But that said, so I don't go off too much on areas I haven't studied yet or learned, is the fact that it fascinates me that just 27 years later things started to fly. In 1906, the Wright Flyer. And then, you know, the concept of using, then we had the First World War, and then we had biplanes actually put into effect. People like Handley Page, de Havilland, Brize, Newport, Curtis, trying to put these aircraft together, biplanes. And it's just fascinating of that short timeline from, let's say, the Battle of Little Bighorn. I don't know why I'm picking that, because I've read it, to things flying, and then from that 1903, just a decade later, we had the First World War. And then I was reading, cross-referencing things with Luck of the Draw, and then you've got, you know, biplanes coming into it, and then you've got biplanes first used for reconnaissance, and then they realised, hang on a minute, that's the enemy. You know, they would fly past each other and they'd wave at first, but then they thought, hang on, he's enemy. So the next time someone, you know, one of the pilots brought a pistol with them, you know, tried to shoot the other guy, you know, and then they've realised, hang on, why don't we mount guns to it? And then so on and so on. And then they were being shot at on the ground because the troops on the ground had never even seen an aeroplane before. Is it friend? Is it foe? Do we know? We don't know. So then the idea of markings, and the French had the roundel, and there was also, literally, you could say that battle was the noughts and crosses if you think about the roundels. Originally the British did have their flag on there, but it was very hard to see. It's like, what flag is that? It's got a cross, or it could be enemy, or we're not sure. It's very hard to see markings. So the RAF roundel, the Royal Flying Corps roundel at the time, was swapped, and it was reversed from the French. Okay, that's why they look quite similar, but reversed. The Royal Air Force used blue, white, red with the red dot, and the French Air Force used red, white, and with a blue dot. But anyway, but then that brings out another concept of markings, identifying, and then painting the aircraft, the flying circus, the Red Baron, and so on and so on and so on. And then here in 1934, we had a colossal aircraft here when it opened in 1934. The aircraft arrived here in November 1934, and it was the humongous Handley Page Hayford bomber. Now, I've mentioned before, it's very difficult to, let me show you a photo of it, very difficult to get one without actually potentially building one from like an Airfix model. But it fascinated me. I thought about that battle. I don't know why I was reading it, it just came across it. That's the randomness that I do. But I was reading about it. I mean, at the end of the day, it is military. It is, you know, it is military history. I'm just trying to see if I've got the... Yeah, I have. And it's like, wow. But this got superseded by a monoplane design, the Hayford bomber. But, you know, it just staggers me that this aircraft came to be. I mean, look at it. Let me show you it. Look at this. Imagine that. Look at the size of this thing. It's massive. Let me just show you. This is a nice little fact sheet. But we had to have what we had. Do you know what I mean? We only had what we had. Does that make sense? We work with what we've got, and then we rely on these geniuses to, you know, manufacture. One Hayford pilot flew for an hour with his starboard propeller smashed by an empty rounds of from the nose gun. You know, it's amazing. This did become redundant when the likes of the Wellington, the Hampden, it didn't see operational history, but they did use, I can't remember how many, to use it for training purposes as well. So they did use that for a lot of training, and we'll have a look at that. And then we also had, there's a selection underneath, bombers of 1930s, the Hendon, the Handley Page Harrow as well. You know, but these were monoplane. So this here was, you know, a biplane design. I mean, look at the size of it, the HP Hayford. You know, I mean, the idea was developed, you know, from into the mid part of 1920s. It's an amazing aircraft. I mean, the wingspan was 22.9 meters. That's pretty much double a Spitfire when you put them together. Double the wingspan. The length of it was 16.79 meters, which is incredible, isn't it? Look at that. Absolutely. You know, it had a couple of guns, had a few guns on it, but you know, it's like I said, as soon as the Wellington come out, I think it was time. Yeah, it was time. You know, time showed, and technology showed. You know, development showed, innovation showed. But imagine flying that. You know, it developed into, I mean, it had a crew of 4 or 5 as well, even. Had a good range as well at 1,480 kilometers. Max speed at 228 kilometers. You know, it was pretty good, you know, for what it was. But of course, technology changes. But that's what was here first, as in operational. It was 99 Squadron. It got its name from where it was built at Upper Hayford, and the engine was a Rolls-Royce Kestrel, just 525 horsepower, and when you think of the Wellington, it was double that when it came out. So max speed 142 miles per hour for those that sorry, I had it in new money, not old money. 142, range of 920 meters. Service ceiling, by the way, was an amazing 21,000 feet. And now I think that's quite impressive. I don't know if that is actually really good, and it would take 15 minutes 18 seconds to get to 10,000 feet in this thing. Amazing. So wingspan 75 foot and length at 58 foot, which, you know, is pretty impressive. But it wasn't too long when just, what, 3-4 years later, in 1938 even, 4 years later, we have here the Wellington. Absolutely incredible stuff, isn't it? I do love learning about that. I mean, they did have, in 36, they did have the Hendon bomber here as well, by the way. And then 1937 saw the arrival of the Wellington as early as that here, to be exact, which is amazing. So what we can do, actually, now that I've said that, what we can do, let's have a look at this. So 1934 we had this. I'm just going to show you something. I'm just going to go through the years. So 1934 we had this Look at that. And then 1936, where was it? The Hendon. Here we go. This here. Look at that. Just look at this. The Hendon. And then, as it says here, it was soon to be replaced by the Wellington. Amazing. Pretty cool, huh? Love stuff like that. And to think that, you know, it wasn't here for that long. Things just got replaced. It's like the story of the Gloucester Gladiator and even the Avro Lincoln. Too late, too late. You know, but at least the Gloucester Gladiator, which I felt was pretty cool, but it's the same scenario. I believe it was the last operational biplane developed by the Royal Air Force, or for the Royal Air Force. But we had the likes of the Spitfire and the Hurricane, which come out first. We had the likes of the Hurricane already out, so it kind of was literally too late, too late. Will be the monoplane, will be the cry of the monoplane that passes by. Oh dear, yeah, hang on. Too late will be the cry of the man with the monoplane that flies by. There you go. Do you like that one? I like that one. But when you think of modern aircraft, how long it takes for them to get to 10,000 feet, you know, it's just it's amazing how technology has improved and how we've developed from there. This one's giving me a flashy. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Amazing where you can go from just learning about something completely different, a battle, I mean, and you know, a land battle, and then going on to that. So, should get another departure coming up by the look of it with this All good. But yes, and as we've mentioned several times on the show, it's when a new aircraft comes out, it's destined to replace something, you know, for various good reasons as well. You know, at the end of the day, if you can have something that's multi-role, that could do all the work. So introducing, for example, even fly-by-wire. Let's even go back to the Hurricane. Okay, let's even go back to that, you know, propelled. Whereas, you know, we can then, what if we put a jet? What about a jet engine? What about the Comet, the flying egg, the Comet rocket power? What about that? Although that had its flaws, but still, you know, the developments leading on to replace certain aircraft. Various aircraft. You only need to have a look at you know, the history of Lakenheath when we talk about how many aircraft replaced this and replaced that. I mean, let's face it, look what happened to the Manchester, developed into the Lancaster because of the poor engines. You know, the Halifax and the Stirling, but then the Stirling in 43 had its own issues, you know, even though it was good, but in 43 it was relegated to non-bombing duties. The Hampden as well, you know, it was fast, it was okay, but when you stick 4 engines, then you're talking. Do you know what I mean? There's always technology to improve, and as Perry's quite rightly said, you know, you get the Typhoon, the Tornado was great below, say what, 24,000 feet, really good at low level, but above that, you only got to see the optimum performance and the variety that the Typhoon could give from any height, any altitude, you know. And then we've got aircraft that's going to be replacing the Typhoon, for example. But the thing is, you don't know what it's capable of until you roll it out. It's all good on paper, just like the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. They were good on paper, but when they were released, you know, there was a lot of there's a lot of aircraft that didn't quite make it, that had its flaws. A lot of aircraft that just didn't quite cut it, because it was great as a design, but when you actually put it into operations, it wasn't that good. So, you know, you could safely say the likes of the design and, you know, of the F-15E Strike Eagle, excellent. The Eurofighter Typhoon, again, it's done what it's had to do. It's you know, the F-22, the B-2, and so on. These are just small examples. We can talk about this all day, but when you bring out an aircraft, you just don't know what it's going to do, and this is the worry, you know. And then, of course, those that are very patriotic, very loyal to their aircraft. I was reading Mike Sutton's Typhoon when he was flying the Tornado at Coningsby, and you know, when the Typhoon was being rolled out, they're like, oh, what's this? You know, it looks a bit pretty. You know, I had a lot of talks like that, and even down to the BA Systems guys developing the helmet, the special helmet, the Striker helmet. They were even laughing at that because they were made to fit each pilot, the special helmet that was developed, the Striker, as it was called. The actual, I mean, it's called a helmet mounted display, a HMD for those that don't know, but the Striker, I mean, even that is amazing. And each one, I believe just trying to think, the F-35 pilots even have their helmets specially fitted. I think a lot of these special helmets, the helmet mounted display, those types have their skull scanned so that it can fit perfectly. Okay, so this should this sounds good. Tiny little sounds that you can hear from the spooling engines. So this is the KC-135 Stratotanker, an aerial refueling tanker developed from the Boeing 367-80 prototype alongside the Boeing 707 as well. It took its first flight as way back as the 31st of August 1956, can you believe? It's got some amazing engines on this at present. The KC-135R is powered by 4 CFM International F108s. They're the CF100 turbofans, and they produce a whopping 21,600 pounds of thrust. That's like having a Typhoon on each engine. Love the sound it makes as well. Off you go, off you go. So this is the a KC-135 of the 92nd Air Refueling Wing at Fairchild Air Force Base, Washington State. Thanks, Barry. Get them both out today. There's another one just there as it's passing. That big 8, you can see those are 1,000-foot markers. Those wondering what these numbers are. The yellow box you can see just now on the bottom sort of end of the screen, that's the taxiway. That's the Delta. That KFC box, that's like that's where the arrestor cable is, or the tensioner for the cable. That's wheel brake system, hydraulic system is in there, and they're lined up with that square with the yellow circle in just there. So you got the number 7,000-foot marker there. Taxiway Bravo just there. Anything in yellow is usually taxiway, anything in red, that's your runway. just to the right of the KC-135. That's a KC-46 Pegasus. I'm sure it was there last week when we were here, unless it's a different one. It does have some steps next to it, doesn't it? Cool. Sounds like a startup, you know. Is that the other one? That sounds like a startup, doesn't it? Do you agree? This would be good. Yeah, I think that's the other one that's just started up and powered up. We could be getting two then, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Here we go. So yeah, the other one has started up. Beautiful, look at this. So it's capable of having two extra pods on the wing for drogue and probe style air-to-air refueling. Takes about 10 minutes, 6 to 10 minutes to refuel a fighter mid-air. Love the shape, such an iconic shape. Here we go, Big Iron Wednesday. look at this. Oh yeah. I didn't do too bad there, I think. I did alright. I'll tell you what, when you zoomed in like that, it is hard work. One slight movement and it's, well, it's vertigo for everyone. And, yeah, that was good. I really enjoyed it. I love that. I love practicing in and out of clouds. It really teaches you a good trick when you're doing fast jets. And they're going in and out of clouds, and you can kind of, not just fast jet actually, just any aircraft, it kind of teaches you to kind of get in rhythm, kind of get in the flow of how fast they're moving as opposed to how much you're panning. It's a really good trick. I love it. Thanks for the info, Perry. So this airframe is an X-100 Air Refueling wing, KC-135. Yeah, it certainly was going for it, wasn't it? You could take 80 passengers as well, along with your crew of 3. It's got a wingspan of 130 feet, which is incredible. If you think about the B-29 at 140 feet or so. Wow, wingspan. That's amazing when you put it like that. And got a capacity of 20,000 pounds of fuel. That's 90,718 kilos. It can go 580 miles per hour, which is Mach 0.9. Yes, Chris, you're right, man. Oh, you got the. He's got it. Let's have a look at this. How you doing, man? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. What we got here?
So I've got you an F-35 phone holder.
Look at this.
Cool.
Very good.
I've got you a Raptor.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, wall art. Yeah, these are good.
15. Sorry, 35.
Yeah.
As well. And then what that dude was on about before. So 15.
Oh yes. Making his own
22. 35.
Oh, cool, thank you. Oh, you've got to have a truck. That's really? That one was the hardest? Yeah. Wow. Needs to be pretty good to like get some spray paint put on a t-shirt, you know. It's not a bad shout. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you very much.
But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, that's I'm sure that'll work. I'll check it out.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, well, thanks, man.
No worries.
Thank you. Yeah, it does. Oh,
yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, sits nicely like that.
Sweet.
Thanks, man. Let's go with that. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents, teddy bears, live here. And so far we've had 2 departures and potentially a third in just a moment, as this sounds like it will be leaving. we all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hopefully we get this KC-135 going out. That'll be our third movement of the day. One MC-130 start the show off this morning first thing, then followed by the KC-135 of the 92nd Air Refueling Wing. And I don't know if I just heard that right, sounds like the engine's just... Has it stopped spooling? Ooh. Sounds like the engines have just shut down. Oh well, it happens. Oh dear. Okay, so it looks like the door's just opening back up again. And Chris Lane, how you doing? He's just put, did I just read that right? Engine issues. Oh dear. Well, that'll be why the engines have just shut down. So it looks like we've got a bit of a wait. Let's see what's going on with that. In the meantime, I might just go and grab a quick cuppa, grab one as well, and welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Again, don't forget to do your in-stream checklist. Please give us a thumbs up and do hit the like button. That does help the channel. And of course, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Military aviation, turn up, hope for the best. You never know what's going to happen. And the only way to do that is to subscribe and hit that notification bell button. And come and join us on this wonderful military aviation adventure. Shut down. Thanks a lot, Chris, for the update. Babsar, how you doing? Liu Dahan, how you doing? Mark Dudley, Davey, Karen Utting, Peter Taylor, how's it going? Remco DeVray, LEJ Approach, good to see the regulars on air. Mark Dudley, Jason Graves, how you doing? Thanks a lot, Karen. Hope you're well. Leah, Border Raider, how's it going as well? Mark Dudley and Doctor as well. How you doing? Watching from Scotland. Jeff Hughes, Mark Moody. I'll just be back in a moment. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cuppa while I find out what's going on with this. But unfortunately, the engines have just shut down, so a bit of troubleshooting. Hopefully, it will go out a bit later on. doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Just having a quick cup of tea. It sounds like they're going to try and fix the issue on the KC-135. So let's see what they can do. But of course, if it ain't right, it ain't good for the flight. So they'll cancel. But let's see what we're going to get. So RAF Mildenhall airspace is managed by RAPCON at RAF Lakenheath. Now that doesn't mean that the tower's unmanned or anything like that. They'll deal with the other frequencies like the airfield management, operational ops, taxiing, ground runs, all that kind of thing is managed there. Mildenhall is a 24-hour base, and good job the runway numbers are different. Mark Moody, we're all good, thank you very much. Just having a nice cup of tea here while we wait for anything else to happen here at Milden Hall. yeah, they're going to be trying to fix that one. Let's hope we get that fixed. And of course the famous wonderful Square D, and it's so nice that it's still been flown today. Now you may see other shapes and letters that come in, and although they are, how do I say, the markings from World War II, whether it's Royal Air Force or whether it's the United States Army Air Force at the time, will always stay with the squadron or stay with the wing, so to speak. But they can be flown for ceremonial purposes. So the so you'll get different like a square, like a triangle K, for example, of the 379 for the triangle. Was it a triangle A as well that we've had before? You know, wings that are flying today will always have their legacy of their bomb groups, because these were actually from their bomb groups, although they do get wing status as they go on through history. And it's quite a historic thing. And don't forget, the United States Army Air Force was substantially very small in comparison to the sizes of those that we had elsewhere. And of course, in some ways you could say there wasn't really any need, as the United States was neutral, of course, before the 7th of December 1941. But so be it. As we mentioned earlier in the stream today about markings and the evolution of the marking system, the Royal Air Force did have a British flag under their wings as well to identify from friend and foe, but unfortunately this wasn't very visibly identifiable, is probably the right word, because it's all about identity. Because you'll notice, of course, in the Pacific, the Japanese had a red circle, red meant bad, hence in the Southeast Asia Command and Burma and Southeast Asia and the Pacific and battles there, red was seen very quickly as, yep, that's enemy, not foe, at that time during the Second World War, and so on. So you'll find that many of the Royal Air Force and also the United States Army Air Forces, including the US Navy as well, omitted their meatball, the red dot. They omitted anything red, because red was a quick, oh, that's enemy. Which is why most of the squadrons that served out in the Far East omitted anything red on their roundels. So, for example, the Royal Air Force had the sort of like the traditional darker blue with the light blue in the centre. Those types of markings. So the United States Army Air Force's flying components realised that, hey, markings aren't such a bad thing, and bomb groups could get into formation with their fellow bomb groups and as a visual identifier. But it does actually represent something. Now, of course, as I mentioned, in early parts of around 1937 to 1938, the Royal Air Force were actually writing their squadron numbers on their actual fuselage. So 115 Squadron was just written as 115. Now, there is a bit of a security issue with that. Of course, if you are followed back, they know exactly the squadron straight away, what their role is, because each group of the Royal Air Force were doing different things, such as the 100 group of the Royal Air Force were more into the electronic warfare. So to the 8th group were for the Pathfinders, for example. Number 1 group were sent out to France, and so on. So this is all off the top of my head, so I've got to remember it. But so the United States Army Air Force found this quite useful to do. So they developed for their fighter wings and fighter and bomb wings as well, their fighter groups and their bomb groups in a more structural organisation. So there were various air forces, such as the 3rd Air Force, the 8th Air Force, the 15th, the 12th, etc., etc. So they changed this round and they came up with their air forces, and they structured the system as follows. We came up with an air force, which was then devised into a division. They split them up into divisions. Now, I'm going to specify that this is for the 8th Air Force, because each Air Force had their own markings, as in each division of the Air Force had their own markings. So we're going to go with the mighty 8th. Now, the mighty 8th had a division. They had 3 divisions in total. To identify which division you were in, it was done with a shape. Triangle for the 1st, circle for the 2nd, and square for the 3rd Air Division. So now you know that the 100th were part of the 3rd Air Division. Can you see that? Because it's a square. And you can also identify that this type of marking system belonged to the 8th Air Force. So we're doing all right so far. But what about the letters, Nicholas? Well, if you were going to make it simple, then it would be simple for the enemy. So that it was at random. There is no method of doing it. And also you could have the same letter in different shapes, which would mean a different division and a different group. Okay, so for example, if you had a triangle D, then it would be the 1st Air Division, and D on the triangle was, I can't remember, to be honest. Actually, I probably can answer that because I've actually got it here, because I don't think there was a triangle D, to be honest. There was a triangle P, which was the 384th, the triangle K was the 379th. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what about the wings? They were actually allocated to wings as well. And then under the wing, you'd have a group, and then under the group, you'd have a squadron. Now, usually you get around 3 to 4 squadrons per group, and then of course you had various amounts. So I'm going to show you this if you didn't quite follow that. There's my notes there. So you've got your division, okay, from the Air Force, then you've got the wing, the group, the squadron. Here's a few little facts for you, the evolution of the markings here. So I know I didn't use red here, but the meatball, that was from that marking system with the blue background and the white star from 1999. Remember, red meant Japan. And then from May the 15th, 1942, there was no more red dot. And then the bar, the reason for the bar was to boost visibility, and that was from June 28, 43. Between June 43 to August 43, they did use the red star and bar, so you may have seen that before. And here's just a couple of extras for you, a little bonus. So each division had attached their fighter wings. So, you know, when you had escorting fighters, they didn't just go, right, you can go there, you can look after that group. They actually organised it. So the 1st Air Division was looked after by the 67th Fighter Wing, and these are the groups. The 2nd Air Division, the 65th, and the 3rd Air Division. So basically, the 100th Bomb Group, okay, were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing, and these are the actual groups that were looking after it. Okay, hope that makes sense. So these fighter wings, the 66 were looking after the 3rd Air Division, so anything with a square. So anything with a square were looked after by these groups, the 55th Fighter Group, 78th Fighter Group, 339, 353rd, and the 357th Fighter Group. Hope that makes sense. So for those that went to Flixton and Bungay, the Norfolk and Suffolk Aviation Museum, their B-24 Liberators, their consolidated Liberators, they had the circle. So you know they're the 2nd Air Division, and they were looked after by the 65th Fighter Wing. So the 4th Fighter Group looked after them, 56th, 355th, the Steeple Malden Strafers, and the 361st. Hope that makes sense so far. And of course the Royal Air Force came up with a 2-digit letter system for their squadrons. Again, no meaning, you couldn't quite work it out, like A didn't mean a 1, or the W didn't mean a 16, or I don't know, I'm just making this up, but it didn't mean anything, it just meant it was coded. That's the benefit of having a code. There were, they did have squadron codes written on the fuselage, the United States Army Air Force, by the way. So for example, the 351st that are still going today here, they had Echo Papa in yellow, so they still had that, by the way. So this was from my research of the 1st Air Division. If you remember, I did Grafton Underwood. Check it out if you love lost airfield history. Grafton Underwood's 384th bomb group were part of the 41st Bomb Wing. How about that, eh? Yeah. The 100th, so the you know, you see Masters of the Sky, You see, you got to remember, don't make this mistake I did. They weren't a wing, the 100th, they were a group. And their wing was actually the 13th Bomb Wing. All right, so I hope that makes sense, okay? So the 13th Bomb Wing, we're looking after these groups here. So the 100th Bomb Group, okay? Here's a little timeline for you. So December 42, squadron codes were put into effect in the United States Army Air Force. June 43, groups and letters and division shapes were added. So this is when it happened. And then in spring 43, coloured stabilisers, so the 2nd Air Division, the Liberators, you know, they had like a colour, a band on them, that was introduced. And then by winter 1944, there was no more paint. And the reason behind the paint, you know, it never ceases to amaze me how much water weighs. You know, you go and buy a pack of 6 water, weighs a ton, man. And then you've got to imagine how thick and the paint is, how much that weighs. We're talking about little small, like, I don't know, 5 litre tub, weighs a ton. I mean, you've got to imagine how many layers. So, that would have affected the performance, you know. That would have definitely affected the performance and speed. So adding too many layers could weigh your aircraft down. So that is the reasons behind that one. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And again, looking at tactics, I mean, I find all this stuff fascinating. I love stuff like this. Even tactics, you know, I love tactics and the evolution of aircraft and what it all means. And I don't know, like I said, 4 years ago, wouldn't have a clue. Wouldn't have a clue about all this. And then suddenly, the Ted Conisby channel happened, didn't it? That's what happened. So yeah, we're going to do our best to hang on as much as we can today with the wind and the rain that's coming. So hopefully it's going to be kind when we all go to the Lake District soon, and Lossiemouth. I've got RAF Valley, Leeming, Mackloop, got all that to do soon. So looking forward to that. Let's see if I can get a... How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So just gonna have a look at the skies, see if we've got anything coming in the next few moments. Doesn't sound like it at the minute, but you never know. So yes, the 100th, they weren't too far away from here when they arrived with the B-17, the legendary B-17 Boeing Flying Fortress. Here it is in its glory. So we can have a little look at it just a little bit of detail. So sometimes you wouldn't have any of the markings. You'll have a bit of nose art. There's about 13 M2 Browning machine guns on here, and then you've got hang on, sorry about this, I can't see because of the light. You've got the squadron. So what I didn't tell you, and it's the same with the Royal Air Force markings, you've got the two letters that will identify your squadron, okay? That goes for Royal Air Force as well. Now the second, this third letter, sorry, that's on its own, that is your flight, okay? That's literally A to Z. That'll be your A to Z, so you can identify which flight. And the US Army Air Force love their markings. This is the Memphis Belle. And it's a beaut, isn't it? And but like I said, one of the things I like to read is it's all about tactics. You know, during the Second World War. I mean, that board turret. Imagine being in there. I don't know if you've ever done some research of what it's like to be in there. Obviously, the gunner isn't in there on takeoff. It's set in a particular position, and they can get in. But imagine being exposed to that just in there all day in a fetal, almost like position, using your feet to maneuver around. Unbelievable, but amazing what they did. But yeah, some of the tactics I was learning about the Boeing Fortress, the Boeing Flying Fortress, the B-17. Of course, the Royal Air Force named it the Boeing Fortress Mark 1, 2A, 2 and Mark 3 Boeing Fortress. But the name Flying Fortress of the B-17 was given very, very loosely by a reporter who was having a look at this beautiful B-17. It didn't actually have a name at the time, and the reporter said, "Oh, it looks like a flying fortress by the amount of guns." And tell you what, that's just reminded me, I've got to show you the I've got a video of the hatch just here. I've got to get this video together. I've got some video of the B-17 when you can go in this hatch for the gunner. You don't often see that, but the gunner, the rear gunner, would have a little hatch that he'd go in from here, which was quite spectacular. I didn't know about that until a few weeks ago, which I had a little closer inspection. Yeah, pretty amazing. And yeah, so on the first stages of operating this, I mean, don't forget the United States Army Air Force were, you know, concentrating on daylight bombing. That was their thing. That's what they were learning. They were fully going for daylight bombing. All the training that was put together, which was phenomenal. And of course, Thorpe Abbott's not too far away from here was where the legacy and the legendary 100th bomb group formed. I don't think it's that far, about 20-30 miles away from here. It's in Norfolk. The United States Army Air Force allocated it as Station 139, and it did have a 6,300 foot runway along with the 4,200 foot runways, as we mentioned on our Coningsby stream yesterday. And it was originally going to be a RAF satellite station, but in the end it was decided, once it was built in 1942, to allocate it to the 100th Bomb Group, who were going to be its first residents. It was going to be a satellite to RAF Horham, for those interested. But they arrived at Thorpe Abbott's on the 9th of June 1943. That's our 100th Bomb Group. And of course, they set sail on various, I think it was the Queen Mary, and they set sail, I think from New York, and arrived from Kearney Army Air Force Base, Nebraska, allocated to the 13th Bomb Wing, as we mentioned earlier. The other squadrons were the 349th, 349th, which had XR as their markings. 350th, which had LN. The 351st had Echo Papa EP, and the 418th had LD. Now, the very first sort of bombing raids of any of the B-17, which the first of the mighty 8th actually happened at RAF Grafton Underwood by Tibbets, was the first to do this, by the way, who kind of started the mighty 8th, dropping the first bombs and ended the war, which is quite interesting if you think about it. It was Tibbets that did that from Grafton Underwood. If you want to know more, check out our lost airfields. But there was various tactics, and of course it would take about 1,000 rounds to take one of these down, if not more. It would take a good 20 runs at it. This was literally a flying fortress. It was very difficult not to get hit by one of these if you were a fighter. If you're a fighter attempting to try and strafe this as many times, strafe is probably the wrong word, but to, you know what I mean, but to try and, you know, attack it, it would take a lot. And if you imagine the 13 guns, okay, you're not going to have all 13 pointing at you from here, from the back. But if our, you know, 109 was trying to attack this, if you imagine the guns at the back were all water jets, it would almost be impossible not to get wet. This 109 would have a hard time trying not to get wet. But the B-17 was not immune to flak. Flak was, you know, it was a very dangerous thing. Anti-aircraft fire, flak was going to be its, you know, its thing. It wasn't, you know, totally immune to that, all right? And the problem is when you start to panic. Fear's fine. Panic makes you lose focus. Fear keeps you focused. And when you're on a bombing run, Curtis LeMay noticed a few things that he improved. And that was Major Curtis LeMay. Now, he noticed some of the bombers were going off course a little bit to avoid the flak, which you'd naturally do. So you're going on, say that road's my bombing run, the string's going in for the run, ready to drop the bombs. But the thing is, there were flak gunners, so they'd weave. Now, what they found, if you were to take a piece of string and just, you know, make some ripples, or imagine the course of the B-17. If you were to extend that, you will see that it's a longer path than just a straight line, right? So what I'm saying, if that string was held straight, okay, from here to here, that's fine. But if you were to weave in and out, because naturally they were trying to avoid, well, the thing is, that's a longer path. And what LeMay said is the fact that you are now really exposing yourself a lot longer. And the problem with doing that is you're actually, you're making the target harder to hit. So he said, you need to go in a straight line, because otherwise you are, one, keeping yourself in that firing line longer, and two, you're going to end up losing sight on your target. The other thing they noticed, they thought about, again, was to make sure that the sun was behind them. All right, why? So when the gunners did fire, well, they'd be blinded a little bit, and it was a lot easier for the B-17s to do it. So again, simple but effective. However, the Luftwaffe and their Gierstoffe crackpot squadrons weren't going to give up with trying to take this down. What is the weakest point of, well, actually any aircraft, what is the weakest part of an aircraft? Does anyone know? The weakest part of a B-17 bomber? Well, you have to think who's flying it. The weakest point is here. The pilot. The Luftwaffe found the weak spot. Less guns at the front. It could take 1,000 rounds to take one of these down, but just one fatal bullet to total the aircraft into the cockpit. But this came at a cost. You see, when you put this into realism, if you've got our B-17 on a bombing run or on a cruise of 180 miles per hour, which is about right for a bombing run, and then if you take the, let's say an ME-109 with the inverted Daimler-Benz engine, powerful grunty engine going 270 miles per hour, you've got to think about this. Let's put this into perspective. 180 miles per hour B-17, and then you've got 270 miles per hour. think about it, that's a combined speed of 450 miles per hour. Do you want me to put that into perspective? If these two were 1 mile apart, it would take 8 seconds to collide. What I'm saying is, for those that do kilometers, if you were 1 kilometer, if these were 1 kilometer apart, going this 180, this 250 miles per hour, it would take just under 5 seconds to collide. The ME-109, the BF-109, would fire at the actual accuracy would be about 200 meters. I'm going to do some maths here. That's around 200 meters per second combined speed they're going at, by the way. So what does that mean to you? Accuracy of 200 meters, which would mean it's got 1 second before it collides. Okay, that's not very good. So what the Luftwaffe did and engineers did, they actually made the accuracy to 400 meters. So what you've got 1 second to leave, because if you were a mile apart or a kilometer, let's do kilometer, let's mix this up. If you're a kilometer away, in 5 seconds, that's the end of it. You are going to collide. So once the Luftwaffe pilot dives down, they've got 3 seconds to fire. In 3 seconds, fire. You've got 1 second burst to get that cockpit, and then you've got 1 second to get out. Now, remember, if this thing explodes, it's going to leave debris and you're going to go right into it. What the Luftwaffe pilots would do, shoot, and that last second go into a split S. All right, it was the only way they could really take one of these down. And there has been so many stories that I've heard of them getting it wrong, and a lot of these have collided mid-air. So many of these incidents had happened, but it's amazing to, you know, it's quite hard to grasp the realism. 5 kilometers out in, 1 kilometer out in 5 seconds, you are going to collide. For those that do miles, that's 8 seconds you're going to collide. So what I'm saying is that you've literally, on that last second, you've got to split S it and get out of there. But that, you know, it's like the Augsburg break in April of 1942. The Luftwaffe had never seen a Lancaster. They're a little bit sort of weary about it. You know, what is this? What does it do? And these brave men, in and out of combat, unbelievable. Well, it was a shame about the KC-135 going tech there, with a few issues, but hey, nevertheless, no worries, just see what happens. This is military aviation. Now, the weather has completely changed right now, so how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Right, 72, Mark Moody, Paul Mayers, Karen Nutting, Louis, LEJ Approach. How's it all going? Hope we're all good and well. Weary of the rain that's threatening. I can feel it actually. It's got a, you know, that temperature drop. It's pretty emotional like that. Ginger Bailey, how you doing, man? Good to see you on here. Ginger Bailey, how you doing, man? Hope to see you tomorrow if you're there, mate. Yeah, they are at some point. I know there's some showers coming at some... Oh, actually, it's here already. All right, one sec. Let me just move my notes. Yeah, got some rain. So let me just move the notes. Here comes the emotion. I don't think it's going to be too bad. This is just a few drops, nothing too serious. Literally just a few specks of rain, nothing to end play. But what is coming later will, that I'm ready for. So that one I am prepared, but to be honest, we've been pretty lucky towards the end of the year with, or at least this end of the year, with the amount of emotion. Last year was pretty dire, wasn't it, with the amount, but there we go. I'm just going to grab another cup of tea while I wait. Yeah, it's just got a bit of a wait. Let me just check, see if that's but you know how it is here. Some days we are waiting and then suddenly it all explodes with absolutely amazing movement. But it's always good to have you all on here. It really is. busy or not. Like I said, with the Ted Coningsby channel, it's a lot more than just an aviation channel. You know, we can have busy days or quiet days. It's all about the quality, isn't it? And actually, while I was talking about the B-17, I've got to get you a little special video at some point. I do have it. I'm sure I've got it somewhere. Ah, yes. Do have a really good video. Members, got a little treat for you at some point with the Sally B. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'll get that on for you. I'll just try and have another cup of tea. Just a quick one. Just got a little bit of rain coming at the minute, but nothing too bad. Not what I'm anticipating for later. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. We've just got a little bit of a shower going on at the minute. Welcome to the Ted Conisbee channel, live here at RAF Mildenhall, home of the heavies and a nice mix of aircraft. And we've only got 2 CV-22 Ospreys visible, the usual set of 3 that are not there at the moment. Ted will be on the show just in a few moments, just waiting for the rain to disappear, and we'll get on with the show. No, Edward, no, not even that, they're not there. There's 2, but they're, you'll see what I mean if I just turn that round. There's 2, and they're not at the usual spot, look, they're not there, just this one here to the, see, normally they're just to the right of that over here. There's one there, and there's one just behind that fence, and that's it. So, I don't know where they've gone. But maybe, that needs some work done, probably, most likely. But yeah, unfortunately we had this GoTech, which was going to be our 3rd departure of the day, and at least our 3rd movement of the day, but unfortunately these things happen, so they are trying to fix it. AJ Ryland, how you doing? Loki Robertson, Matthew Clark, Craig Bruce, Leah, Christine Barnes, how's it all going? Simon Watchorn, Christopher Neal, Mark Moody, Edward Coates, hope you're all good, Paul Mayers. How's everyone doing? Hope you're good. Where are you watching from? Let us know what it's like where you are. Is it raining yet? Because it is just, we just had a few, just small, real small, light shower just now. And I think it's just depleting now, it's just going over us. But what I'm prepared for at 1500, it's going to be emotional. Joe Ilot, how you doing? Hope we're all good. And thanks everyone for the support today. It's been great, even when there's nothing going on. You know, it's always fun with us on here on the chat room, and looking forward to just seeing what happens. That's military aviation for you right there. You just turn up and you just hope for the best. And Ted, you're going to be all right with that flag, mate, with the wind. So we do try and restrict. Sometimes the beret gets restricted even up here due to the winds, but I think you'll be all right, Ted. The wind is blowing in the back towards the base, Ted, so you might have to be a little bit careful with that, yeah? Okay, mate. Chris H, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much for joining us. Guards March. David Wolfman Wells, also hitting a 30-month milestone. Wow, and also part of our fighter squadron, who's put please like, share and subscribe. Great words, great advice. Thank you very much, Wolfman. Babs R, high five, and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, and a Guards March for you. Donna and the Cake and Cat with 23 months membership. Nat Sav, who's put oi oi from the lakes. Wow, I bet it's wet there, surely. Is it wet there? Looks a bit damp there from what I could see. Donna and the Cake and Cat, thank you very much for the super sticker. Nick, oi oi, good morning. Good morning to you. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March to you. Annie G, time flies when you're having fun. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Guards March to you. Paul Mayers, a Guards March to you for the super sticker. Zero Soul 76, oi oi, morning everyone, and morning to you. Border Raider, a high five and a paw pump, and a Guards March for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March to you. Guards March to Ginger Bailey, who's put how's it going on a super sticker. Craig Bruce, 31 months, wowzers, thank you very much. Loki Robertson, who's put hope you're well, Ted, Nicholas and Claire Bell. We are all well, and thank you for supporting the channel as you do. Many months of memberships there. Got Leanne Price from Shropshire. Yeah, Ted, just get in, mate. It's a bit windy with that beret there. Special ops to recover Ted. Well, if we see that door closing, maybe it's a good sign. If it starts giving us the a bit of the nav light on or anything like that. bit of that storm kit on. Wind is getting a bit strong. Hi, how you doing? All right? You okay?
Yeah.
Good.
I watch you all the time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in.
It's
Getting a bit blowy, getting a bit breezy.
I heard there's a C5 coming.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there might be. We spoke to some German guy on the base yesterday, and he said that they're expecting quite a bit of traffic today.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Enjoy the day. Yeah, Drew is probably over there just fixing things, I would have thought. Yeah, the wind is really picking up, and it's supposed to get quite strong later, so let's see how we're going to get on. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. Welcome to EGUN. That's right, the ICAO code for Milden Hall. And of course, for those that are not totally familiar with Echo Golf, the prefix, this actually identifies and tells you the actual country. How cool is that on the ICAO code? I know. Well, actually, the first letter kind of tells you the area, and then the second letter will tell you the country. So RAF Lakenheath, that's EGUL, and it's an identifier issued by the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO code, or the ICAO code, if you want to do it that way. but they are a prefix. They're the airport code. Each airport has got one around the world. But yeah, the first letter denominates the actual region, all right, and it's the second letter which will tell you the country. So the first letter, Echo, so E, it does cover some parts of Europe, such as Sweden, Norway, Ireland, and other areas like that as well. Okay, so it does cover that. There are other regions of Europe with the letter B for Bravo and L for Lima as well, but the second letter will give you the actual country itself. All right, so that's how you do it. That's the way to do it, and that's the way it is with that one. So for example, you've got ES and EN. I think it's Netherlands. Oh, would that be E? Oh, good. Oh, that's really got me now. ED, ET, EK, EH, around there. Would that be about right? You got it, mate?
I was just going to ask. If I put this flag on there, it's not in your way, is it? I just thought I'd make sure first. If I put it, if not, I'll put it on the other end.
Oh, you can put it a little bit more to the right. Yeah, that'd be all right. Yeah. Not on. If you put it on the edge, it might be in the way a little bit. But thank you. It's really kind of you for asking.
I'll move it over one.
I mean, it would look cool anyway as a backdrop. I like it.
Yeah,
all right, buddy. Yeah. Maybe on that second railing there.
Yeah,
is that where you're thinking? That would be really. Yeah, it'd be a nice backdrop actually.
Yeah.
Bless him. That was nice. See, yeah. I was just about to say, very polite. It's very windy. Yeah, so Amsterdam, for example, is EH. I was just having a look. It's very, very pixelated map, and yeah, it'll be EH for the Netherlands, by the way. And then you've got let's have a look. So they all begin with the E. So if we look at what is going on with this, this has gone weird. But yes, sorry, I was going to say, welcome to EGUN. So the UN, that'll be specific to Milden Hall, and UL specific to Lakenheath, XC for Coningsby, YM, Marham, VA, is that Fairford? We're really going for it now. I know, yeah, it's bang on, man. I like that.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's brilliant, I love that. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you for asking. I was very polite, that young man. And I'll tell you what, I'll show you his work. So the young man asked me about this flag here, which is a great flag, and I think that'd be a lovely backdrop. So originally it was going to go here, which could be in the way of the departure. But saying that is a lovely backdrop, and it just needs, right, it just needs an aircraft to go with it. That is going to be amazing. That is going to be so good. I can't wait. Let's hope for a departure or even a taxi through there. That would be so good. That is really smart, man. I got it on the shot.
Is it all right there?
It's going to look amazing. We just need an aircraft now to taxi.
Yeah.
Very polite of you. Thank you. What's your name?
Riley.
Riley?
Yeah.
Thank you for being so polite.
All right.
Very cool. I mean, they didn't have to ask, but I just thought that was so polite. And, you know, even on a worst case scenario. That's brilliant. Oh dear, I'll tell you what isn't brilliant. OM Salmon. Oh dear, hang on. Is this an NX scenario? I was wondering why it was a little bit dark. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh well, just we'll keep riding like a bull rider. Oh man, just got to keep going. But yes, welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And you know, plans to build here was dating back all the way to the 1920s to build a base for Bomber Command at Milden Hall. And it was in 1930 that construction began with earlier, the base was actually going to be called RAF Beck Row. And that was the suggested while it was being built, and then it was only on the last year, just before it got built, that they changed the name to RAF Milden Hall. Beck Row is the village just to the left of, for example, to the left. Oh, actually, I'll show you. It's just over here, just over there, and sort of to my left and behind me is West Row. So it took the name of the, I guess, the main town. I don't know what Milden Hall was like in 1934. It was in the town. Anyway, but yeah, on the 16th of October 1934, RAF Milden Hall opened its doors and its runway, and it was King George V who officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October 1934. Oh, they are loving that flag. Bless them. Yes, bless them. Yes, and the first wing commander, F.J. Linnell, OBE, assumed command of the base. Now, the very first operation, well, it's not a military operation, but the very first movement here was actually a civilian one, a fun one. It was actually it was at the McRobertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club, and it was a race that I wish was still going on today. It was a race from Milden Hall to Melbourne, Australia, and it was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their DH-88 Comet named Grosvenor House, which is now what, over 90 years old and still flying. It is it's part of the Shuttleworth collection at the Old Warden. Go and check it out, and that's something on a Ted Conisby bucket list. They took 71 hours and took home with them £10,000 of 1934 money. Can you believe it? That is amazing. I'll tell you what, I'm actually quite concerned about what's coming to my right. Oh, ain't no aircraft. Oh man. Okay, we'll just keep going. And yes, so on the 15th of November, so nearly a month after the base was open, it was 99 Squadron who became the first to become the operational unit here with the Handley Page Hayford bomber. Now, if you remember, I showed you what it looked like. Wingspan 75 feet, length 58 feet, and powered by two Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines. Now, they were 525 horsepower, 142 miles per hour, 2,500 pounder payload, which is quite good, really. And of course, a good 20,000 foot of service ceiling. Now, I'll quickly show you it while I can, before we have to do a runner. And this is what it looked like. Our good old first ever bomber that was based here. Look at that. You've got to have a look at this, though. You've got to appreciate this. Look at this. A cute. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Oh, they're moving it. Look at that. Just look at it. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, that is the classic Hayford. If you want to purchase these, I found these on eBay. They're the, I don't know, what brand are these that we can promote for them? I don't know. Aircraft of the World fact sheets. There you go. So that's what we had first here at Milden Hall. But just remember what I said about the horsepower. 525 when we had 1,000 rated horsepower, you know, on our monoplane bombers. So, you know, it was only a matter of time when they thought, yeah. But they kept a few for training. But anyway, it didn't actually take part operationally, as in didn't take part in World War II as an operation. So in 1935, forming out of 99 Squadron was of their B flight, they evolved into a second squadron, number 38 Squadron. It was a 48 bomber squadron. And in 1936, a little switch over from number 5 group, who were just here for a month, RAF Milden Hall was allocated to a bomber command number 3 group. Towards the end of 1936, there was a conversion from the Hayfords to the Hendon night bombers. And also in 1936, RAF Feltwell opened as well. It's about 10 miles from here in the way the backwards throw backwards flies. And then in April 1937, 149 Squadron arrived with the Vickers Wellington bomber. And in 1938, 99 Squadron also converted to the bomber as well, which is absolutely amazing. You right, man?
KC-135.
Is it? Oh. The weather could get really bad. That's all I'm going to say. Tell you what I'll do, I'll quickly change the battery because I won't be able to do that in the rain. That looks emotional. Not that, is it? Is that what you thought?
Yeah.
Ah, right. It's been summoned by the witch. It's been towed.
Well, it's some movement. It still counts.
Sorry about that. Just had to quickly change the battery, as it's a lot easier to do so when it's dry. We're going to get a lot of that now as the lads are flying the US flag, which is so cool because they will get that on high respect, that one. So yes, we welcome the Vickers Wellington bomber, which I'll talk to you about in just a moment. Let's see what's going on here now. This doesn't look good. Oh my gosh. I wasn't expecting it to come now, but Yeah, it doesn't look good over there. In fact, I may have to abort the some of my pictures and drawings. They might have to go. Yeah, it's starting. It's coming. I wasn't expecting it to come now.
Mate, it's going to be a heck of a storm.
It looked like around 2 o'clock I was waiting for this. Not now. Oh well, might have to be NX. But I can see a clear square bit of... Can you see a perfectly square bit of blue sky?
No, you're seeing things.
It's definitely square.
You're seeing what you want to see.
There's a little cutout right there. It's actually a square blue sky. Just to the left.
Oh, we'll take comfort in that. We'll ignore all this.
Can you see that? It's a perfect arch. A perfect corridor of blue sky.
Maybe that'll come directly over your back.
Oh man. It doesn't look good though. It doesn't look good. Oh man. Oh, it doesn't. It does not look good. I think it's about to get emotional. This doesn't look good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I may have to go and get some serious coverage here. Square D, yeah, it is in the shape of a square D. That'd be amazing. Right, tell you what I'm gonna do. I need to go and get some serious countermeasures here. I'm gonna go and get some waterproofs. Hang on, it doesn't look good. It's that bad. Comes the rain. Oh my. Oh, wind and the rain is not the best. Yeah, got one. That looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's meant for this last.
Yeah. That's cool. I've got.
You get something different down.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? I'm just going to put a little cover on it, just really quickly. There we go. I think we're all good for now. Oh man. EWCI, emotional weather countermeasures, isn't it? Oh, absolutely. Now, I was expecting the rain, but not quite now. We might miss the worst of it. It might be that square that I'm hoping to catch. There we go. Loving it. Yeah, like I said, you're gonna get a lot of beeps. The lads are, there you go. Oh, brilliant. There's always some cool stuff going on here. So yeah, where were we? Vickers Wellington. Yeah, Vickers Wellington bomber. Whew. Right. Yeah, the Vickers Wellington arrived, and you know, when you think about and when you think about the this is gonna be funny, and when you think about the likes of the Hayford and the power of the Vickers Wellington, you know, it really sets a different league for it. But yeah, just before the Wellington arrived, very briefly we did have the Hendon bomber. Now, we don't talk about the Hendon too often here on the channel, but just to give you an idea, it was powered by Rolls-Royce Kestrel. So the same engines, can you believe, that were in the different variant that were on the Hayford. So I want you to imagine that biplane bomber having 525 horsepower on Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, when we had a 600 horsepower version times 2 on a monoplane bomber. So something that was a little bit heavier, max speed of 152 with a cruise speed of 133 with a range of a mere 1360. That would really struggle if you had to get to Berlin and back. So it's amazing when you think of the technology on just the Wellington bomber on its own. It really is something quite special, really, when you think about it in that way, because the Wellington bomber really set the standards of the twin engine bombers, and that's and it was all down to the Vickers Armstrong factory developing a beautiful aircraft. And there it is, the Vickers Wellington bomber there that you can see. A fantastic aircraft. I mean, just to put you into perspective, these earlier variants, you know, the Mark 1 had the Bristol Pegasus, the Mark 2 even had a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. I know. And then of course the Hercules engines from Mark 3 onwards. This was the most produced RAF bomber of World War II. At over 11,400 of these were made. in 16 different variants, serving a variety of roles as well as coastal command as well. And to give you an idea of what we just heard about performance on a Pegasus engine alone, it would get to 235 miles per hour. The more punchier Bristol Hercules engines could see this off to about 247 miles per hour. It could also have a great service ceiling of nearly 20,000 feet as well. It had guns, crew 5 of 6, wingspan of 86 foot 2 inches at 26 meters and 26.26, had 6 to 8 guns, 303s. But if you look at the top section of the fuselage there, you can see a number of like X's. Oh my word, what is this weather? Oh my goodness me. This was all thanks to the wonderful creation of Barnes Wallis's geodetic airframe. In fact, if you were to take away the paint, it would be all X's, because the air... Oh my word. This is not easy up here now. This is a 4. Hang on. Hang on, this is bad. Oh my word. Yeah, it's bad. Hang on, can we ride this out without causing any problems? Hang on. That is some savage weather that's coming out. Beautiful. Well, that's certainly come through. It should pass through, so it should be alright. Oh my word. Just hang it in there for a minute, hang on. See what we're going to do. I think that is the rain just finished now. On the history there for a minute while I just need to just put one more storm strap on and we're good. almost there. Almost gone through. I'm relying on that square bit of sky. Good. I think it's safe to come out. That's a good one. Completely interrupted there. Tell you what, I've got some cool stuff for. Oh, I'm glad the screen was kind of on an aircraft there. Honestly, I really blew a gale there. It really was tragic. But I know there is a real bad one coming around about 1500, so whether I'll think about it, you know, I'll judge it around 1400 if that's it, and then we'll call it a day about 2 o'clock-ish, all right? Because it is pretty nasty. But yes, so sorry about the break in, sorry about the break during the talk of the, you know, the likes of the Hendon, you know, using, actually it never occurred to me to talk to you about the Hendon because it was a monoplane, but using like an uprated version, the engines that were in the Hayford bomber, which is, you know, if you think about the, you know, what it was, but there we go. And of course, for those that don't know about the geodetic airframe on the Wellington bomber, it's quite spectacular, really. I mean, you can see, for those who don't know, the airframe constructed by Barnes Wallis, and it's exactly like, pretty much like this. Well, not like that, but just to give you an idea, if you don't know what a geodetic airframe looks like, designed by Barnes Wallis to assemble aircraft at ease, to keep the weight down. They added cloth, a material, silk skin, or a type of material, I think it was Irish linen, I think it was, on the Wellingtons, and it was easy to fix and repair with battle damage if it sustained such substantial amount of damage. And it was the Wellingtons that really dominated and was really at the heart of Suffolk and the surrounding areas around Suffolk and Cambridgeshire as well. The likes of Ely, you know, in Ely Cathedral, the Vickers Wellington bomber, you know, it makes a right stature, it makes a right prominent marker. Even at Steeple Morden, this, you know, surrounding villages have this painted, and it's quite fascinating really. The story of the Wellington bomber is, you know, is quite a happy one. Like I said, it was the most produced bomber of the Royal Air Force. I'm trying to think, it might have been the most produced aircraft of the Royal Air Force during World War II. You can see those little crisscrosses through the window. You could see evidence of that. The wings there having the geodetic airframe created by Sir Barnes Wallis, called the geodetic airframe. And it was a lovely, reliable aircraft. You know, there were variants that had the Pegasus, the very first Mark 1. Mark 2 had the Rolls-Royce engine, but they used the more powerful Bristol Hercules engines, especially Mark 3 and the Marks 10. Was, you know, served, you know, throughout, and had a variety of variants, 16 in total, and was even a subject to a record-breaking assembly as well at the Vickers Armstrong factory, where men and women got together to set a world record, and in which they did. And the world record is a fascinating one. It was LN 514 at Vickers Armstrong factory. The world record to assemble a bomber during World War II was 48 hours, okay? Vickers Wellington, or the Vickers Armstrong base at Braunton factory, not base, the Braunton factory, which today is Airbus, you know, still making aircraft, and I love that connection. And they set a world record to beat it by 18 hours. That's right, they were going to assemble a Wellington bomber, get it flying in 30 hours. Okay, well, the bomber was actually constructed in 23 hours and 50 minutes. We're talking about men and women. I've seen the propaganda video. I've seen women all dressed up to the nines coming back from a party at 1 AM, 3 AM, you know, putting the handbag down and all dolled up and just getting on with it. Men and women. In fact, I think it was, you know, this bomber was made at a rate with the help of 6,000 men and women at 28 a week. We're talking about 28 a week during World War II. That is an amazing amount, but they beat the record. They beat it at 23 hours 50 minutes, and the problem is the pilot that was going to be flying this was actually asleep. They had to wake him up because they were what, 6 hours early, because in 24 hours and 48 minutes, so just under an hour after this was been towed out ready for departure, it flew. Okay, so in 24 hours 48 minutes they assembled this and flew it. It is remarkable. The world record was 48 hours from an American factory, and it was done at Broughton in Flintshire. The record is absolutely phenomenal. Fair play to the Vickers Wellington bomber, because it served, you know, right throughout the war. Don't really recall anything issue-wise with it. You know, okay, it had its, you know, it can only do as much as it can do at the end of the day. You know, it wasn't a 4-engine bomber, but it was a good twin-engine bomber. It really was. You know, with a max speed, you know, some of the models were pushing out 240, but the bomb load was at 4,500. It could take 2,000 kilos of bombs, and it had a, you know, for me, don't seem to recall any issues. It did serve through in various different roles, from operational training units, and it was really dominant over the skies, over Cambridgeshire and Suffolk. It was a really, you know, a really happy reputation in my eyes. I don't really see any, don't recall any issues with it. It was even at Lakenheath as well, with number 20 operational training unit as well as with that. So there we go. So they were here, and they started to arrive in 1937, and back towards the end, in fact December 1937, because it was 1938 that they really dominated, and 99 Squadron also converted to them. And on the 3rd of September 1939, so 6 hours after the declaration of war, On the 4th, the next day, literally into the early hours, it was 3 Wellington bombers of 149 Squadron took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. So Milden Hall already straight in there from the very first early hours of the declaration of war. In early 1959 to 1940, RAF Lakenheath wasn't quite ready yet, but it was in the vicinity in that direction, just south of Brandon. They actually protected Milden Hall. Why and how? Well, I'll tell you now. So what we've got here is a bomber station, right, with bombers. However, it wasn't invincible to other bombers that were coming to attack it. So how do you get around that? Well, you can have anti-aircraft and, you know, fire and gun positions and batteries, but what you can do is something called a decoy airfield, and Lakenheath airfield became a decoy airfield. So they had a fake runway, fake Wellington bombers, but we'll talk about that in more detail tomorrow. Lakenheath was attacked 5 times, meaning that it saved RAF Mildenhall from attack. It was basically a fake RAF Mildenhall at Lakenheath. Okay, so in fact it was that good, aircraft tried to land on it and actually would end in disaster as well, because there's no facilities there. So they had to come up with a special lighting system, red flares and markers to help identify our friendly aircraft to say this isn't real. And they even had fake Wellington bombers over there as well, which is quite spectacular. An airman, 2 officers in a bunker operating the lights because it was a night time, which was called a Q site. So that's what protected Milden Hall from there. And then in 1941, Lakenheath was finally constructed and ready for service, and it was a satellite station to Milden Hall. So Milden Hall had Tuddenham, Newmarket Heath and Lakenheath, so it was like an extension of Milden Hall, just like RAF Coningsby had Woodhall Spa. Hey! Love it. In November 1941, the 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bomber. Now, here's an interesting one. I want to tell you something about the short Stirling bomber, which you may not know, although officially it was the first operational 4-engine heavy bomber. Oi, oi. Supermarine had something else up their sleeve. Let's have a look at it. Now, I know what you're going to say, Nikos, that is a B-17. It's the only thing I can show you. Okay, now I want you to it's going to be a lot of background noise. Hang on a minute. Now, I want you to understand the short Stirling bomber was the first 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, granted. However, there was something that was going to become the first 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, and it wasn't a short Stirling. It wasn't the Halifax, and it wasn't the Lancaster. It was indeed not this, okay, but it's the only thing I can show you that looks similar to it. It was indeed a Supermarine creation. First of all, we had a 316 Supermarine. The man behind the design was, of course, Reginald J. Mitchell, the main designer of Supermarine. Now, the specification was B-12-36, the same Air Ministry specification to specify we need a 4-engine bomber that can do, that can have a certain cruise speed, a certain payload, and it did have, for some reason, a not exceeding wingspan of 100 feet, which we had the Supermarine 317. The Supermarine 317 had a wingspan of 97 feet, length of 73 feet 6 inches, okay? Had a speed of 325 to 360 miles per hour. They eventually upgraded the engines on the type Supermarine 317 to have these Bristol Hercules engines. Now, it had a cruise speed of 260 with 39,000 service ceiling. All right, so RJ Mitchell produced 2 prototypes, and there was going to be a monster version of this, and it had this tail, okay, this type of tail. It didn't have a H tail, it had a traditional single tail. Now, they were going to stick in a Supermarine 318. However, this was going to have Merlin engines, but they stopped that and decided to go for the 317. So the Supermarine 317, now I wonder what name they were going to give it, because it didn't have a name. It was Supermarine 317. So eventually it was ready to go with the prototypes, but things unfortunately happened. First of all, RJ Mitchell sadly passed away, and the 2 prototypes that were ready to go in the factory were destroyed in a bombing raid. So that didn't go ahead. So that was the end of the Supermarine 317. This is the best I can show you of what it roughly looked like. Okay, it's the only thing I can show you unless you Google search the Supermarine 318. But what we did have was the S29, which was the Supermarine, the Short Sterling's S29. The Short brothers came up with this. Now this was the same specification to the B-12-36, all right? If you're not familiar with the Air Ministry specifications, the last 2 numbers, 36, that's the year 36. B indicated heavy bomber. If it was a P, it would be a medium bomber. There was a prefix for F for fighter, N for Navy, A for Army. There was even X for... there was E for experimental, and an X. There was also P, private venture. PV, or was it X? It could have been X. I don't know them off by heart, just ones that I learn as I go. So the contract went to the Short brothers instead of Supermarine, and this is what we had. And like I said, we've myth-busted this loads, and it wasn't to do with the factory's, the hangar's width, because the minimum width that I could find is 120 feet. I don't know why they put that in the Air Ministry. Maybe just to keep some of the aircraft a bit smaller. We didn't have any, you know, massive ones. But the S29, again, built under B-12-36, wingspan of 99 feet. It had the length of 87.3 feet. It could take 14,000 pounds. The only problem is, when it arrived in August 1940 at RAF Leeming, which was number 7 Squadron, who today fly the Chinook, it was a bit of a problem. Speed, brilliant, 282. Now, what the Short brothers did could have affected things, and it did. But let's give credit to it, because underneath they had a massive, huge bomb bay. In fact, it had 3 in total. Very interesting design. Very, very interesting design. I believe the bomb bay on this was 13 meters long. That's 42 feet, 7 inches. One problem though. First of all, let me highlight some cool stuff. It had 2 square bomb bays here. Also this massive 13 meter or so, 12 meter, 40 foot long weapons or bomb bay. All right, in fact it was 13 meters, 42 feet, 7 inches. The problem that the Short brothers did here was to have 2 divisional doors, meaning a row of 3 bombs. That sounds great, but what was the problem? You could only fit 2,000 pound bombs in there as a maximum single. You can have, like, you can fill it up, but the maximum you could have in there was 2,000 pound on a single bomb in there. And that wasn't very good, because the Royal Air Force, the Air Ministry, they were punching out 4,000 pounder, 6,000, 14,000 pounder, even right up to the Grand Slam. It couldn't do it. The other problem was the stubby wings. They thickened the wings, by the way. The Short brothers realised the 99 foot wasn't enough for the near 7 meters, 21 foot height. Fully loaded, fully fueled, it was heavy. It could take a battering, but it can only get to around about 16,500 feet. If you're going through the Alps, it'll be a bit of a bumpy ride. If you're meeting flak, it certainly will be a bumpy ride. Aircraft such as the Wellington could do 20,000 feet. Lancasters, 24,000 feet, thereabout. B-17, 30,000 feet, and so on and so on. Now, clever things about the Short Sterling. It did have these gouge flaps, which could actually make the wings thinner when you didn't need lift anymore. Because of the stubbier wings, it was able to outmaneuver fighters, whereas the Lancaster and the Halifax couldn't, because they were really proportionate to size. This was much loved by the pilots, because it could get away from dodge from enemy fighters. However, with the lack of being able to load more than 2,000 pound of bombs in there, even though you could fill it, the service ceiling being 16,500, it was considered dangerous. They decided to relegate the role and turn it into a non-bomber. In 1943 at Fairford and Brize Norton, these would be used to tow Horsa gliders. These would be used to drop SOE agents. These would be used like a carpetbagger mission by dropping supplies to agents of resistance. This would be used at Operation Glimmer during D-Day to drop window bits of metal to absolutely confuse enemy radar. The short Stirling bomber had a bit of a bumpy reputation in that respect, but it was certainly a fantastic aircraft and loved, and could take a backtrack. How you doing, lads? All right?
We're just gonna have some
that you can hear is going out, and then there's something coming in, KC-135, which was over Germany about half an hour ago, so it's getting closer.
I think there might be a C-17 coming Wellington.
You've got, so that's going out in about 15 minutes, and then you've got, yeah, I reckon about 20 minutes, max half hour, max, you should have an arrival, another KC-135. Okay?
Stuff about C5 as well.
No idea about this, I don't think about C5.
Also, you got any stick?
I've got key rings and patches, but yeah, have a look on my store. Go to tedconigsby.co.uk and have a look, alright? Cool.
Is that 10 in there? Yeah.
No, he's here, but that's one of his mates. Oh, the door's shut on this as well. So just to finish off World War II history here at Milden Hall, we also had, towards the end of 1941, literally just a week after the Pearl Harbor raids, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Milden Hall, and on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. Now, in that bomber raid that was put together by Arthur Harris, nicknamed, or Air Marshal, Chief Air Marshal Harris, nicknamed Bomber Harris. In fact, he had 1,047 in total bombers. 599 of those were Wellingtons. In 1942, 75 Squadron departed, and 419 and 115 Squadron arrived here. We also had some Horsa gliders arrive here for maintenance. April the 13th, 1943, 15 Squadron arrived here in Horsa gliders. They returned here for maintenance. They then departed for the Mediterranean Theatre of Ops in March 1944. In August 1943, 622 Bomber Squadron activated from Sea Flight of 15 Squadron here. So we then started to have Lancasters and Halifaxes arrive here in November 1943. You would have had the Halifax and the Avro Lancaster, and they all took part in raids. And on the 22nd of the 3rd, 1944, Lancaster and Halifaxes of RAF Mildenhall took off to raid the Big B. That's right, the nickname for Berlin. And on D-Day, 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron hit targets on D-Day as well, and then followed by another attack on the next day, December 1945. We even had B-17, so after the Second World War, things started to cool down so much that it went into the Cold War. So B-17s arrived here with the next aircraft, developed from the Avro Manchester, which then went on to becoming the Lancaster, which then on to becoming the Lincoln. The Avro Lincoln was our answer to carrying heavy payload such as the Grand Slam with a 120-foot wingspan. The Avro Lincoln was developed to carry this type of weapon, the 22,000-pound Grand Slam. But of course, the United States already had a B-29. In the end, things didn't work out for the Lincoln. It came out too late. It was used for training. There was going to be 230 operational conversion unit here with the Lincolns, but although it didn't really end up being that successful, I mean, it was a fifth of the price, but the RAF ended up renting out
87 or so Boeing B-29, and they named it the Boeing Washington. RAF Mildenhall closed in 1947 to 48 to have the runway upgraded for the Avro Lincoln and for 230 operational conversion unit. That's pretty much the Royal Air Force right up to 1950, because in 1950 it was decided and allowed to have a dual operations of the United States Air Force and the Royal Air Force, and that happened right up to 1959, when in 1959 it was solely operated by the United States Air Force. So it's been a sole operator of the United States Air Force since 1959. Something sounds a bit tasty over there, doesn't it? I've got a good view of what we're going to get weather-wise. All right, buddy, yeah? In the distance, we've got blue skies for now, but when I see it emotional again, the good thing about Lakenheath and Mildenhall is that you can see what, in fact, actually, correction, a lot of the airfields have a vast, clear landscape, so you can see what's coming and what's cooking. Alistair Goodwin, how you doing? Good to see you on here, man. Hope you're well. Captain Weber, how you doing? Or not Captain Weber. bros, how you doing? Good to see you on it. Oi oi, Team Milden Hall. Oi oi. Not Captain Baby, see ya. Kevin Jackson, Christine Barnes. How you doing? Alan Gates, Stuart Skeggs, what up? Nice one, Riley! Look at that. I thought that was a banger of a shot there. Let me just move over a little bit. go. Okay, so we've got an arrival just coming up very shortly. Straight in by the look of it. Yeah, I can see it now. Here we go. Visual. Hang on, that's bullseye, isn't it?
Imagine seeing that for your kitchen window. You know what I mean? Love it. Amazing, isn't it? Over 80 years ago, this very squadron would have been flying B-17s about 30 miles away from here, literally to hell and back. And they arrived here in February 1992. They were given wing status in 53. And how the weather is just changing every few minutes is just remarkable. Although technically they were activated as a wing in 1956, although 1953, if I remember correctly, they were established, but I don't think they were operational as a wing until 1956. There's a bit of text about that I read once upon a time. So we'll go with 56, that being more official. And we'll stay for another hour, I think. I'm going to go and grab some lunch. We'll stay for another hour, and then we'll see what we're going to get, because I know, well, the weather that I was waiting for has actually come already, but not that I'm waiting for bad weather, but getting prepared for it is always a good thing. They're not too bad accuracy wise, these apps, but let's have a little look and get a better idea. Yeah, from 3 o'clock it looks emotional. Give it one more hour before we depart. We go and have some lunch. I'll see you in a moment.
That was good, man. Nice
It's
one.
so good. I'll see, depending what time we get back, I'll see if you've got time. Oh, it's it's nice.
No, good one. Proper one.
Okay.
Yeah, really good detail on it.
It's in like still in base, it's suspended in there, so
Oh, that's nice.
I'll see if I can do it in time.
really quickly. Show you a little bit of structure of what was out there and how things go wrong if you don't structure them as well. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so it's quite an extensive. I've had a bit of a draw. I've done a bit of a new drawing. Someone's asked a really good question actually. Never be afraid, and I'll do my best. Oh gosh, try not to walk and bash your head onto the tripod. Someone's asked a really good question. Now, some of it I can answer, and some of it I will need to interpret what I think is going on here. Now, I've just done, hello, how we doing? I'm still here. I can see the emotion very, very far away. So what we're gonna do, just another 20 minutes or so, and then that'll be the end of it, I reckon, for the channel. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Conisbee channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me just pop that on. Let me tighten that up. Yeah, someone's asked a really good question, but what I can tell you is some types of organisation, and I hope maybe you'll learn something from it as well, because we spoke earlier in the stream, if you want to know more about the history of the Battle of Little Bighorn
and how things transitioned 27 years later into flight, and then a few years later we had aerial combat, bombing and reconnaissance from biplanes, and then the Hayford was kind of like, oh, there's a Wellington now and a Hendon bomber. They're monoplanes, but they're a bit better than me, you know, etc., etc. But you got to remember, you need to rewind that a little bit. Let's go with the Royal Flying Corps. For example, if you look at some of the squadron numbers, they were as early. The earliest ones were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were structured like that. There's no significant. I mean, why pick? I don't know, number 128. Why pick 128 Squadron? It made sense. I think it's just a natural instinct to start somewhere with a number 1. I know that doesn't answer your question, but I will get on to structuring, because this will probably answer your question better. So let's face it. So we got 1912, we got 1913, and a lot of Royal Flying Corps squadrons, you know, activating and forming in 1915. 1915 and 1914, a lot of Royal Flying Corps squadrons. The reason why I'm saying Royal Flying Corps and not Royal Air Force, because the Royal Air Force became independent on the 1st of April 1918. Now here's the thing, you will only learn strategy and tactics from experience. You can't just go, right, this is what's going to happen and that's going to happen. You got to remember, right, so I'm just going to pick straight into let's go 1916, in the thick of World War I, right? And you know, 1917, they've only just been flying. None of these strategies would have been even thought of. Even formation flying, how important it is. Now here's the thing, it takes combat, it takes experience to come up with something to put together. All right. Oh wow, an F-15. We've got a bit of movement from Lakenheath. Wow. Hang on. Cool. Oh, and another one. I will come back because it's quite important. You might have that on your bingo cards. So yeah, so you've got to remember, this is all new. You know, all the tactics and, you know, everything that that has been taught now with aerial combat and even on the ground, even army, you know, and naval battles, all that kind of stuff cannot be just come up with like that. But anyway, we're going to talk a little bit of strategy, we're going to talk a little bit of organisation and what could go wrong if you don't do it. So yeah, and this will tie up with the numbers. So with regards to numbers, it would make sense to come up with a number numerically. They wouldn't have just come up with 69, 68, 67, I'm going backwards, you know, 100. You know, even Bomber Command Group started as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then there was 8, and it went to 100. But we'll leave that one, because that was a different type of thing. Everything was structured. Why? Because you could have problems, but I'll explain in a little bit more detail. We need to remember that biplanes only had, you know, they didn't have the best technology in the world. You've got to remember radar. Who does what? Who organises what? Bomber Command only formed in 1936. It nearly got scrapped because they were trying to justify you know, why they needed to justify aerial bombing, you know, and why to do it. It nearly got banned, it nearly got stopped, you know, because of the consequences. But with military targets, that's a different thing. But that's another matter. All right, there was so much structure. The RAF from 1936 split up into Bomber Command, Training Command, and Coastal Command, and then eventually we also had Fighter Command, because they didn't just come out with it out of nowhere. This was done from bad experience and also good experience. Formations such as the Vic, very great, very good. Having B-17s in a formation of like 21 or 17 or 18, whichever, brilliant. But they didn't just come up with it. They would have experienced the benefits of doing it in that way. Now, there were structures to air forces. There was about 10 Air Force, 12 and 15. We're talking about the US Army Air Force itself. But you've also got to think who does what. And the structure kind of evolved. Now, the numbers that we get, some squadrons disband for whatever reasons. These are historical numbers that are given and allocated. Usually they are quite numerical. Sometimes they're not. Reason? Well, after many years, some squadrons disband because their role is not needed anymore. They even come up with a structure in fighter groups during the Second World War for the United States Army Air Force, and it looked like they would have 3 squadrons per fighter group. So fighter squadrons, 3. Bomb groups were a little bit different. There was a bit of lenience between 3, 4, and I can't remember if there was one that had 5, but maybe it was a temporary thing. You've got to remember, when you are a fighter pilot in the Second World War, in your Hurricane and your Spitfire, don't forget, 3rd of the 9th, you know, just happened. What are we going to do? You know, are we under attack? Are we going to get bombed? What is going on here? And the thing is, there were pilots in World War II, Hurricane and Spitfire pilots, that really wanted that first kill. They really wanted their first aerial victory. You know, imagine being 21 years old, Spitfire pilot, and you hear the scramble, and it did just that. And don't forget, they don't have any actual experience. They may be trained, they may be fully qualified, but you got to remember, they've probably never seen a 109. They've probably never seen an enemy aircraft in their life. And what happened on the 6th of the 9th, 1939, just a few days after the declaration of war? Scramble, scramble, scramble. Hurricane pilots took off, Spitfire squadrons took off, loads of squadrons. There was chaos. I can't remember which squadrons took off, but there was a number of squadrons wanted to be the first to take down an enemy aircraft. It was chaotic. There was no organisation. And they spotted the 2 enemy aircraft and they shot them down, only to find out they were 2 RAF Hurricanes. Disaster. Why? No organisation, no technology from identifying friend and foe. When we come under attack, the Battle of Britain, Dowding's system was so important and crucial to organise it. So they organised fighter command into sections and radar. If it goes into one territory, use those squadrons from certain A, B, you know, C flights. Don't just send them all out. It's chaotic. You will then be prone to getting more losses that way. It's strategic. So the United States Army Air Corps had these first aviation objectives on the 15th of January 1941 in preparation to what was possibly going to happen. They weren't in the war yet, but why wait? You get experience, you train. They had all that time to train, and it was very crucial. Each Air Force of the United States Army Air Corps had a particular role. For example, the 12th and 15th eventually went on to, say, Europe. They went to the Mediterranean, some went to Africa. Each one had a specific role. They didn't just go out and send everything everywhere and it was chaotic and sporadic like that. The 9th Air Force, their objective was to support the troops on the ground and to carry out low-level, a bit like the Tornado low-level attacks, ground attacks. That was their speciality. So we're talking about gun positions, communications, those strategic points, but to assist the army. The 8th Air Force, the mighty 8th, they carried out different types of bombing. They were more strategic on military factories and aircraft ball bearing plants, anything like that. Okay, so it was structured. Even RAF's Bomber Command also had particular groups to do different things. These were structured and they were numbered. Now, if you remember earlier in the stream today, originally the squadrons were marked as their numbers. Literally, 115 squadron would have 115 written on their Wellington. Not very good if you are an enemy fighter and goes, 115 are at Marham and this is what they do. They could work it out. They know exactly the squadron number and where they are and what they do. So we had to come up with something random. Both USA, AF, the United States Army Air Force, and the Royal Air Force, they had to come up with something, and they did just that. It was still structured. Now, something I literally just drew now, okay, really quickly, off the top of my head. I never got you the 8th Air Force's 3rd Division. So, this is structured. The 8th Air Force, their bomber, had 3 free air divisions. So you've got an Air Force, which is number 8 in this case. You've got then split into 3 divisions, if you can picture that. Under those divisions, you've got wings, okay? And then under the wings, you've got your bomb groups, and under the bomb groups, you've got the bomb squadrons, and after the squadrons, you've got every single separate flight. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right up to Z. I'm going to show you what that looks like in context. Let's ride. Well, this is what it looks like, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So, the mighty 8th Air Force. Now, if you remember, if there was a triangle, 1st Air Division. If it was a circle, 2nd Air Division. If it was a square, 3rd Air Division. Now you know, there's our 100th. Now you know that the 100th bomb group, these are bomb group numbers, they were indeed part of the 3rd Air Division, and they were allocated to a wing, which was the 13th Bomb Wing, which the wing was allocated to the 3rd Air Division, which was allocated to the 8th Air Force. Are you following? But if you look at some of the numbers like A, 94, then you'd think B should be 95. It is. 96 is C. Okay, what happened to the... But there was a 97th, there was a 98th, and a 99, but they're not here. So they went to 100, okay? So it could be that there's no F, but it could be that these numbers may have gone to the other divisions. Do you see where I'm going with this? That it looked like there was a lot of structure and thought going on here. All right, but of course, you've got to keep it different. Now, what about the fighter wings? You know, what about them? So the 100th were part of the 13 Bomb Wing. Now, each division had their own fighter wings. Think structure. Think P-51, think P-58, think P-47 Thunderbolt. Also think Spitfire and that kind of thing, because there were Eagle squadrons as well. But if you are going on a bombing mission and you need an escorting fighter wing and their fighter groups, they didn't just send everything. It was structured so that each division had their own fighter wing, and these are the numbers: 55th Fighter Group, 78th Fighter Group. These are fighter groups, and of course each group had 3 squadrons, which is why I think the 48th Fighter Group had 4 squadrons at the time, and when they structured this in 43, they moved the 495th. That's just my thoughts and theory. I will have to have a look. So there's our 100th bomb group, part of the 13th Bomb Wing. Let's split them up. There you go. Look, see? You got the 349th, you got the 350th, 351st, and then for some reason you got the 418th Bomb Squad. These are the squadrons, the 4 squadrons. Okay, so there seems to be, you know, some form of structure, and there really is. And each squadron, each group, each wing, each division had a particular role. And for me, it's a form of military evolution. It's an Air Force evolution with the numbers, their role, because we could have had a 352nd, but they could have been disbanded. They could have just moved and moved and moved, or they could have been somewhere else. Okay, so it's very structured and very important that it was done this way. The Dowding system, so crucial. The Duxford wing, also created from Douglas Bader. Amazing. Just structure is key, but you can only do this from good and bad experiences. So I hope that kind of gave you an insight into military Air Force aviation.
Okay, we're just going to give it just a few more moments before we depart ourselves, as I know there's going to be chaos with the weather. I can already see it in the distance, looking very grim. It looks like it's about an hour away from from Ted Coningsby weather experience, but I hope that gave you a bit more insight into structure and grouping and you know, organising the squadrons, because the Royal Air Force squadrons were also under their own groups, etc., and wings. They had their own sort of their own structure and role, and each one did have their own particular role, of course. Coach, you're most welcome. Glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, it won't be too long now before I depart as well. But thanks for joining us today. See you later. Bye. Don't know any. Take a potluck. Cool. You enjoy. Yeah. See you later. Thank you. Well, there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I hope you've enjoyed today. We are just coming up to the end of the show. I'm sort of preparing myself for emotional weather, but we've got a show, and we will be back tomorrow as well for another show for you at not too far away from here, of course. So hopefully you enjoy, and again, it's military aviation. You just don't know what's going to happen, and enjoy it, and that's the best. Actually, I haven't even looked at the weather for tomorrow. What's the weather saying tomorrow? Is it bad? Shall I have a look? Let's have a looky here now. Tomorrow it's okay. Wind, oh gosh, yeah, wind pretty strong. Right, okay, wind is picking up tomorrow. Wow. What about Saturday? What's Saturday doing? We've got a little adventure on Saturday. Oh, me and Claire are going to get totaled on Saturday by the look of it. Oh dear. Claire, we need to be tucked up by 3 o'clock, I think, tomorrow. We're going to get destroyed by that rain. Never mind. No. What about the morning? Oh, it looks damp and emotional. Great. Okay, no worries. Just have to ride this out. Claire and I are going on adventures with a few of the bears. Hello. Ladies and teddy bears, so if you are still here, don't forget to hit the like button before we finish up for the day. Big thank you to everyone that's tuned in today, and we got to see what, the Mc-130. We had a couple of KC-135 departures along with an arrival as well, so that was kind of cool. So at least we got to see some good stuff, and of course to hang out with all of you as well, and having fun and a good time. yeah, with the weather in motion coming very, very shortly, it's time for us to go, Teddy. Yeah, he agrees as well. We're looking at that weather down there. It is on its way. I can feel it sort of coming towards us. And wee Stevie boy, thank you very much, and a cards march to you. Thank you very much for the super. Wibbs, who's put thank you, Nikos, Claire Bear, Spanner Flight, RAF, United States Air Force, and everyone who makes this a special and safe place to be in through storms. Thank you very much. Richard, 12/19/70, high five and a guards march for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march to you. And Alistair Goodwin, high five, a paw pump and a salute. Thank you so much, and a guards march for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much. Also got Claire Bear as well, our very own Claire Bear. Thank you very much, Claire Bear, for 33 months. Ali J Approach, Spanner Flight member and 26-month membership. So glad I found my TCS family, and thank you as well. AJ Rylands, cup it on me, Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much for the super chat. Guards march. Got Amph Salini. Love the streams, 4 great months. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Tim as well. 4 months of pure joy. And Philip Knoll. Oi oi, Ted and Nikos. Typhoon's doing well in Norway. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your 26-month membership. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would say safely, I think we're done. Yeah, I think so, Ted. I think today is we're done. Our job is done here, Teddy. Our work is done here. That's probably the right way to say it, isn't it? Our work is done here. And wow. So yeah, it's not looking great for what we've got later. So it is an hour away, and it's a lot easier to put the kit away in the dry rather than put it all away when it's soggy. No one likes soggy kit. Nah, not very good, is it? So, ladies, sheds, teddy bears, just thank you very much. First of all, RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much. Team Mildenhall, are you safe? Thank you. Gosh, blimey. There you go, can take you out like that. But yeah, thank you all very much. We are back tomorrow for another show, and we won't be far from here. We'll be about 5.5 miles in the direction of the Backwards Crow. Yeah, anyway, my days of Peter Andre are over, and it's time for us to go, Teddy. So thank you. The death of a ladder, it's just fallen over. So thank you very much, all our viewers and members. Thank you so much for making the channel for what it is. It's amazing how much support you give to the channel. It is absolutely, it makes me proud, so proud, and thank you very much. So keep it up, thank you very much. And that wind behind me is really reminding me that I should go. So for the last time for today, I hope you all have a good time. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator and historian. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it really is, see you soon. Wish you well, see ya. Look at that lonely Osprey. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brize Norton, Brize Norton,